Well, anyway. Hello, thank you. Okay, really the only new idea I've had since yesterday is I mean, I've been talking a lot about what constitutes a 0 and what constitutes a 1. But I wonder if it could be possible that it's only the thing that a tail connects to that matters and not the tail itself. So for example, if I were to put this these two tiles in I don't know, like here, I guess I can do it. Never mind, that's the wrong one. Like if I put this here, it could be that that doesn't say anything about what these two tiles actually are. It only says something about the tiles that the tail would connect to. So it would say that like the one above here would have to be a 1, and the one below here would have to be a 1. And then I don't know if it would say that this one would be a 0 because it doesn't... there is no tail connecting here. That said, I think that my biggest concern with all this is that regardless of what like rule I come up with for how this is actually going to solve the puzzle, I feel like regardless of what I come up with, it all feels too complicated. Like, considering the information that I have, which is not very much, I feel like it shouldn't be that complicated. The tail connects the brand. What more could I possibly need to know? Like, my assumption was that by taking the screenshots of the various levels and connecting the tails, it would be obvious from there, but that has not been the case. And the tail connections themselves, to me, are rock solid. There's no doubt to me that that is not supposed to be connected like this. I guess I failed a little bit with connecting these two, but and you know, there is also still the vertical connections that I got rid of. It's possible that they are still real. But I didn't feel confident enough in them. But I guess if I try to think of it, try to think about it on a more fundamental level, what does it mean for the tail to connect to the brand? My assumption on that is that it means the tail connects the separate parts of the brand that I know about in order to form the full brand. And let me think, how many floors were there? So 28 is the tree floor, then you have the one where you see the brand, then you have the floor with tail on it, and then after that is where the actual floors start. So the first floor is 31. And I think I have that one somewhere here. I think this is 31, this one. Yeah. 31 until 52. So that is 21. Hold on, am I counting that correctly? No, it's 22. 22 floors. And out of those 22 floors, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tiles with tail on them. Tiles with tail. And the amount of empty tiles are 1, 2, 3, or rather unknown tiles are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Hold on. hide this. Hide 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Hold on, let me do that again. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I'm gonna hide all of these just to make sure I don't make any mistakes here. Yeah, 19. 19 tiles to fill in. I have 22 tiles in total, but only 13 with tails on them. And 19 empty tiles means that there are 17 tiles that are known. So basically none of the numbers really match up. I mean, it could be possible that I'm thinking about the thing like too rigidly in terms of tiles. I don't necessarily know that each room would correspond to a tile. So the black ones are the ones that I know are supposed to be filled in. The gray ones are the ones I know should not be filled in, and the pink ones are the unknown tiles. Okay, so realistically, thinking about it logically, There's nothing saying that the tail connecting the brand has anything to do with the parts of the mural that are destroyed. It's just that the tail connects the brand. But like, there's no reason why it would have to connect it and take the destruction of the mural into account, because the mural just shows off the brand. The mural is not the same thing as the brand. So thank you, Dedex. Yeah, don't worry, I'm used to it. So I'm trying to look at these different parts and see like what stands out. And one thing that does stand out still, and this is something that I mean I've been thinking about this for a while, but not really been able to draw any conclusion, but that is the fact that I have these two tail parts that, you know, disappear into nothing. But I mean, okay, I don't expect them to connect with each other, but unless... No, the thing that I was thinking was, like, that kind of makes it seem like they are the end of a tail. But the problem is that they seem like they're connected, or that they you know, because they have the upper side of the tail on the left, both of them. It seems like they are not two separate ends of a single tail, but rather it seems like there are two tails. It's kind of what it seems like. It would be cool if they connected though. I mean, it could be that there are parts that connect in a way that is not like, you know, lined up tiles. But the main reason why I haven't really looked into that very much is the fact that I already found several tiles that do connect with the tiles perfectly lined up. Okay, well, here's a brand new idea. What if the tail actually shows you like a path that you're supposed to walk? In the room where you're supposed to draw the brand. That is the room I am currently in. But I don't know, like, I haven't been able to figure out a way to connect all the tail parts, so I don't know if that makes sense to me. Another thing I thought about that is a little bit suspicious is these rooms, which like this really looks like a filled-in tile to me. Like you put a dot in a tile and that indicates that it's filled in. Don't know what I would do with that knowledge. Okay, well, I just feel like doing something, so I'm gonna try connecting the tails in such a way that it looks like they form a continuous line. Where, well, you have to fill in the blanks on some of the parts. You have to fill in the blanks with your mind. And it looks to me like this one would go near the top. Like maybe just here in the top middle. And I would guess that these two perhaps go somewhere near the bottom. And I had a theory that this one would connect to the edge here, or the corner of this one. Wrong layer. There we go. Like this. And then of course you would need something that goes down here with the upper part of the tail on the right side. And there's not really much to choose from in that regard. It's basically only this one. Let me move this out of the way. So, if I were to pretend that this one would connect with this one, well, this is how I had them connected before. And maybe that is correct. Maybe that is like exactly correct. But then I have to consider this part. Right, but here's where I had the idea, when I had these lined up before, I had the idea that this one would go down like that, and then this one goes up like this, and they like cross each other. It's possible. Okay, well, if I have that assumption, honestly I just really feel like I don't have enough data, because now, like, I don't have any other parts with the upper part of the tail on the right side. So, like, I don't know what would go over here. Okay, but if I have this one, so this is how I had this one connected before, and it looks like pretty good to me, but not perfect. Maybe this one could go here. Okay, but there is admittedly nothing really indicating that this one should be here over this one. And these two are the ones that I had connected before as well, but then I removed that. But maybe they should be connected. I don't know, maybe this is actually a good theory, because Like when it says that the tail connects the brand, maybe it means that the tail is supposed to fill the gaps in the brand. Because that's what I've been doing now. I've only been putting them on the gray tiles, which are the gaps, or on unknown tiles. Maybe that's what it actually means, that the tails connect the parts of the brand that are filled in. And so then, for example, if I have this one down here, and I say that that this means the tail must go up here, then that would mean this is actually a blank tile and not a filled-in tile, because there should be a tail there. But then, okay, it still doesn't really make sense, because this one is filled in and there obviously must be tails here as well. It really is challenging. I feel like I can't come up with any, like, sort of logic that really makes sense. I mean, they're not perfectly lined up, but it's like if I'm putting these tails here with the logical assumption that there must be some sort of connection between here, then it must mean that because there are tails in this tile, it is filled in. But now I've been putting all of the tails on tiles that are not filled in. So what does that mean? I also know that the one down in the corner should be filled in. Also, what if I did put this one down here? along with this. Does that make sense? I'm not sure, I feel like this is like a little bit too tight. Yeah, I think that is too tight. I think it cannot curve like that. Well... Well, I'll draw something based on this and see where that takes me. Now, let me see. Are all my connections to... Do I have connections to all the filled-in tiles? No, I don't have connections to these. Like... Hmm. This is a little bit weird actually, and why does this one cut off here? Is that normal? Whoops. Zoomed in a little bit too much. That really doesn't feel normal. It's the only place where that happens. Also, there's an arrow here. There's an arrow here as well. There's an arrow here. There's an arrow here. There is no arrow on this one. Same here, it seems. There is an arrow here. No arrow here. I mean, that could just be part of the pattern, but it looks a little bit too conspicuous for that. Okay. Bottom right, top right. Bottom left. Top right. Bottom left. I do think that probably means something. But what could it mean? Is it just the direction of the tail? No, clearly not. Because this one is completely like perpendicular to the tail. Well, is it an arrow? Is it a corner? I don't know. Do I have anything like that in these? I can only see the top one because I merged all of these layers. No, I don't see anything here. Well, it can't really mean that it's supposed to go in the corner that it's showing, because I have two bottom rights here. Okay, how many arrows do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. 6. Oops. To be honest, I don't really have any idea what the arrow could mean. Well, I mean, I guess I do have ideas what it could mean. It could mean that means the tile to the bottom right of this one is filled in, or it could mean it is not filled in, or it could mean that the tail continues in that tile. I guess in the case of this one, it would indicate that there should be something to the top right of this one, which means it shouldn't be here at the very top of the brand. Which, you know, that sucks a little bit, because one of my base assumptions was that this one was supposed to be at the top. Do you like this flashbang screen? Sorry, I took it away. So I've got 2 bottom rights, these ones. I've got 2 top rights, this one and this one. And I got 2 bottom lefts. Okay, well, so I think that regardless of what the arrows mean, I would assume that it means there has to be something happening to the top right of this one. Welcome to the chat room. Well, I didn't get it. Chat room has been stable for me. It is interesting. It is very interesting. Like, I think my guess would be I don't think it indicates anything about how the tail connects, and mostly the reason why I think that is because of this one that points to the bottom left, even though it's like up here in the corner, so obviously this one isn't gonna connect to something that is to the lower left of it. But rather I would guess that the arrow indicates something about the tile that is in that position. But to be honest, I feel like this has not really helped me get any closer to the solution. Like, okay, if I say that this one can no longer be at the top, then I basically have no idea where it should be. Or maybe the arrow indicates that that tile should be in a corner, a corner of filled in tiles. So for example right here. Okay, well, if I'm going with that idea, that it means it's in a corner made up of filled-in tiles or edges, then if I consider this one should be in a corner such as this. Very natural sounding sentence. Which really would not give it that many places where it could be. Because this could not be a corner, because I know this one is not filled in. This one is blank. I also have to consider it has to have this tile to the left of it. So even if this was a three filled in tiles here, I could not put it here because then the other tile would go outside of the brand. It could potentially be here. 3 filled in tiles. Possible. But then I also have to consider this, which, you know, I still don't know what this means, that it disappears at the bottom, but my guess with that would be that it means there's not a filled-in tile below it. In which case it would not work to put it here, because this one is filled in. Then it could be here, possibly. Now, I think I know that this tile is filled in. I don't know it for absolutely certain, it's just that it looks like it in the damaged mural, that this one is actually filled in. I just wasn't sure about it before. And I know that the one down in the corner also has to be filled in. Okay, it could potentially also be here, if there are 3 tiles here. But okay, let's just start somewhere. Well, then if there should be a corner here, then this tile has to overlap a built-in tile. And then if there would be a corner here, then all three of these would have to be filled in, and then all three of these as well. Oh, that's a lot of tiles. In fact, there is so many tiles that I'm starting to doubt this theory. Like, could it be down here? 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Could be the case. Then this one would have to go somewhere else. Like, the idea of using the arrows to determine where the different tail tiles are supposed to go based on the knowledge that you have from the damaged mural, makes a lot of sense to me. But I still have to figure out, like, even if I manage to arrange all of those tiles in that way, I still have to figure out what constitutes a filled in tile and what constitutes a blank tile. Like, what do these tail tiles actually tell me about the mural? And I also wonder if that means that these tiles that don't have any arrows on them, are they just meaningless? Like, these three don't have any arrows. And there's also the fact that now I've put this one up here, because I wanted to have a corner here. But that means that this one is overlapping with this tile, which I know is blank. But then in this case, this one would have a corner like this, which would force this one to be filled in. So then I have one tail tile here that is blank and one tail tile here that is filled in. And I don't really have anything indicating that, like, that is a thing that can be true. Well, I guess I don't have anything indicating that it can be false either. Well, it is also possible that it shouldn't be a full corner, but rather that maybe the arrow indicates like that there's one tile that is filled in there or something like that. But then I don't know if I have enough information. I don't know, in that case maybe it's good to start with this one, because it tells me that there should be a filled-in tile here and one here in relation to this one. So basically a filled-in tile and then two below and one to the right should also be filled in. So if I compare that to what I have, it could be this one. It could be this one. Or it could be one like anywhere around here, like this one, and then this one is also filled in. Same with this, here and here. You can have one here, and then here. Okay, I feel like there are probably too many possibilities for that to work. Hello, Hope. I think it could be going better, because I still don't really know what I'm doing. Like, I've made at least one discovery, but I don't really feel like I'm any closer to the solution. Thank you, Countdown, and congrats on your headphones. You know, I think maybe I should just play through the second Kalpa again. Okay, there are no tails here. The discovery I made was that there are like these tiny arrows on the different tail segments. I found 6 of them, but I don't really know what they indicate. I'm keeping my eye out for stray tail fragments. I'm not sure I've spoken to that egg in that previous room. Okay, no tails spotted. It connects the brand, at least when they were still alive. Does she have any arrows? Not that I can see. Right. There's the first arrow. Well, doesn't really tell me anything, it just looks the same as the thing I have screenshotted. This one does not have an arrow. Yeah, here's another arrow. And here is also an arrow. I think I do have to consider the possibility that I'm like massively overthinking the puzzle as well. Like... the fact that the hint about it is so basic kind of makes it seem to me like you shouldn't have to destroy your brain in order to figure it out. Like, I've been trying to think of all these possible rules for how to arrange the tail segments. But I haven't been able to figure out anything that really makes sense to me. So could it be that the rules are just way simpler than I'm thinking? Like, it would be convenient if it was just a matter of, you know, putting all the levels in order or something like that. And seeing what comes out of it, but the problem is that the numbers don't match up. There are, what, I think there were 22 levels in total between from the first one, after the room where you meet Tail, to the room where you have to enter the brand. 22. There are 19 unknown tiles on the mural. Although I think there actually might be 17, or well, from the mural I think maybe you can get 18, or yeah, but there are 18 that are unknown, and then there's one more you can get from the room where you enter the brand. Which would mean 17 unknown tiles. And then there are, I think there are 13 levels with tails in them. So basically none of the numbers match up. The arrows, what they might be indicating, I mean, I have ideas, but I don't have a good idea, no. Like, the two ideas that I had was either that they're supposed to indicate a, like that there's supposed to be a corner where the arrow is pointing. Like if you look at this one, that there would be a corner in the bottom left of this one. And presumably that would be like a corner made up of filled in tiles. But I tried arranging the tiles in a way where that would be a rule, and it didn't really make sense to me. The other idea I have is that it just indicates a filled in tile. Like a singular filled in tile, so this one would indicate that there's a filled in tile to the top right of this one, and then this one indicates that there is one to the bottom right of this one, because there's a arrow pointing bottom right here. But I don't really like any of those ideas, to be honest. None of it really makes sense to me. Okay, well, if I go back to the assumption that this one would connect like this vertically with the one below it, what would that tell me? Let me get this one out of the way. Let's move that. Like, if this was true, then it would mean there would have to be a filled-in tile here and a filled-in tile to the bottom left of this one. And to be honest, both of those could be true. But are there a lot of positions where that would be true? Like, you could put this one more to the left or two more to the left. Although you could actually not put it two more to the left because... No, you cannot put it one more to the left either, because I know both of these are blank, so then I would violate this arrow. What about one tile up? That could also work, because this tile is also unknown. One tile up. One up, one right. No, one up, one right does not work. Sorry, I meant one up, one left. This one or this one could be true. And then it'd be this one or this one. What about one up, two left? Would be this one, and then one up, two left, this one. Could be something. So there's actually a lot of different positions that one could go in. I mean, it's possible when I connect it to the other, or when I try to put the other tiles, the other tails into positions where they make sense, that it would eliminate some of these possibilities. I don't really know. I don't know, I think the idea that I have about the arrows is not really strong enough. Like, basically, it feels like all of the ideas I've had have been basically pure guesswork, and there hasn't really been any particular logic behind it. And it feels like the puzzle should have some sort of logic. The tail connects the brand. Yeah, I don't know. I think the arrows have to mean something, because they are too conspicuous not to mean anything. For sure. There has to be some meaning to the arrows, but I'm not really convinced it has something to do with the orientation of the tiles. Because then I feel like you have to make up too much information in order to do anything with that. Like the whole idea about an arrow indicating a filled-in tile is basically just fanfiction. It doesn't mean, like, there's no indication that that is what it means. It could mean basically anything else. It doesn't even really have to be an arrow. I mean, I have been theorizing about the corners as well, but of course the thing that doesn't really make sense about it being a corner is, well, I mean, it can't indicate that it should be in a corner, because I have two that are the same. Like this one is bottom right and this one is also bottom right, so they can't both go in the bottom right corner. Okay, if I take a step back from the whole thing and reconsider everything from base principles, what do I know? I know what the mural looks like. The mural is damaged, so I know some of the tiles, and then there are some tiles that I don't know. That's fact number one. Fact number two is that the tail connects the brand. And then fact number three is that there is a tail that can be seen in the levels in the second Kalpa. And I would also like to say that fact number four, and I am confident enough to consider this a fact, is that the tiles connect at least horizontally. Like, I'm confident enough in these connections to say that this is a fact. This is not something that I need to reconsider. These ones, I could take it or leave it, honestly. But the horizontal ones, I am confident in. Okay, I think that is basically everything I know. So, things that I don't know are what the arrows indicate. I don't know that the levels actually correspond to tiles on the brand. That is just an assumption that I made that might be completely wrong. Like, it might just be a complete mistake to try to arrange all of this as a you know, tile-based system. Alright. New idea. Let's try to rotate some of these. Well, I rotated the whole thing. Right, I guess it would be... Hold on. Use the rotation anchor. Okay, that's not right. Where is the rotation anchor? Okay, yeah, it's like that. Except I would like it to be in steps. Is that in steps? That felt like it was like exactly 90 degrees, but... Okay, yeah, this is in steps. Okay. 90 degrees. Like, does this connect somewhere if I do it like this? Okay, it didn't really make me any smarter. Oops. Okay, this is clearly not right. Oh, now I got welcome to the chat room. The Cathedral of Shadows? Where demons gather? I feel like the rotation tech has not really been doing much for me. I mean, I feel like it would make sense to be able to rotate them because of the fact that, like, this is one of the strangest things about this to me, that both of these that like disappear into nothing, they both do it at the bottom. And like the thing that the tail disappearing indicates to me is that it does not connect to anything. You're telling me that the tail starts in two separate places and both of them are at the bottom. Like, that feels super strange to me. There are in fact so many things about this that still do not make sense to me. Well, that's the wrong way. Anyway. And I already tried this, I believe. Yeah. It connects the brand. what is the brand? I would say that the brand is specifically the tiles that are filled in, and not the ones that are not filled in. The tiles that are not filled in are the absence of a brand, not part of the brand itself. So if you say that the tail connects the brand, and if I consider the brand to be the filled in tiles, then that means that the tail must form a bridge between the filled in tiles, thus connecting the brand. Does that mean that all of the filled in tiles have connections? Like there could be connections like this, and then down here somehow. And then, you know, down here, and then I know these ones at the bottom should be filled in as well. Okay, well, if I'm working under this assumption, let's try that. Then I would say that the tail should not only be on the unknown tiles, but rather on all tiles that are known to be filled in. Well, not necessarily on all of them. Well, or is it necessarily on all of them? But if I did this, then it would make sense for why I have two of them that disappear at the bottom here, because then one of them would go here and the other one would go down here. I don't really know which one would go where. Actually, I guess this tail indicates that there should be a path on this one as well, and I know that this one is empty, so maybe this one needs to be in the bottom right. You know, I don't really think this makes sense either, because I need to cover too much vertical distance in order for this to work. It connects the brand. What the hell is that egg talking about, man? Doesn't make any damn sense. The tail connects the brand. Okay, but if the tail connects the different parts of the brand, that is to say the tiles that are filled in, because tiles that are not filled in are not a brand, they are the absence of a brand, then there must necessarily be some tiles on this that I have to infer that there should be a tail there, because otherwise I would have been able to connect all of these tail parts already. So some of them have to be inferred. I think that has to be the case. So I'm not gonna get a clean connection all the way, but rather some of the tiles I'm gonna be able to, well, I'm gonna have to infer some of the tiles. Did I squish this one? It looks kind of squished. I think I did squish this one. Okay. I just went far back in time to unsquish that. Okay. Then if I say that this one goes here, and this one goes here, and I'm gonna pretend that this one connects to this one. Okay, and then what do I do after that? Okay, so I think... Hold on. I think that this one would kind of have to go down here somewhere. But does that work? Wait, is this one? Hold on. Okay, that one is not known. So then this could actually technically make sense. Because what this one indicates to me is that it connects to here, to the left. It connects to the right. But it also connects below here. And as far as I can tell, there isn't really any other spot where that would be true. Except for possibly one step to the right. Yeah, both of those could be fine. Okay, well then... let me move this one out of the way. Oops, wrong layer. Okay, then what about this one? This one connects a lot of up and down, but then also to the right. Which really does not give it a lot of places it can be in. In fact, I don't really know if it can be anywhere. And still fulfill my conditions. No, I don't think it does. I don't think I can put it anywhere and have it fulfill my conditions properly. Unless I rotate it. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate it. I keep coming back to the idea if I have to abandon the notion that each level is a tile on the brand. I have to abandon the tiles-based world order. Like, okay, theoretically, if I stop giving a shit about tiles and stuff, is it possible for me to arrange the tail in such a way that it actually forms one continuous entity? Well, that can't be it. I would say that I'm pretty okay at jigsaw puzzling, to be honest. We have these jigsaw puzzles at my office. That are like... It's like one big continuous thing that's 42,000 pieces. But it's split up into 7 different parts. Of 6,000 pieces each, and we've done almost 4 of them over the course of like bit more than a year, I think. So I've had some practice with jigsaw puzzles. I think this is really the part that doesn't really make sense to me. The fact that there are two parts of the tail that disappear and they have the exact same type of orientation. They disappear at the bottom and they have the top of the tail to the left. Like that is basically like the number one thing that is indicating to me that there might be some rotation involved. How's it going? Pretty bad. Like if there was a like slam dunk connection like this, I would go for it, but there doesn't seem to be. I mean, this is the idea that I had before, where let's see. This one would connect like this, which is a little bit forced, but whatever. And this one would go up above these. And then this would like go up here somewhere. And this would connect to this. Okay, so what are the problems with this? Because there are problems that I'm seeing right away. This one would connect like this, I guess. Connect over here. Then what the hell is this? Doesn't make any sense, basically. This one would go up like this, presumably connect to this, which slithers like this and then goes back down. But it can't reasonably connect to this, because this one is flipped to the other side. And what is it that makes something flip from one side to the other? It's basically a situation like this, where you have an arc. Like this one starts with the top side of the tail to the left and ends with it to the right. So could I have another one that goes up? Like technically you could have 3 separate parts of the tail going up here and 3 separate parts going down, rather than imagining this as like a squiggly thing that goes up and down like this. There could be something coming up like this and going back down, and then they like cross over each other, which I guess is kind of the idea that I'm going for here, where this tail goes up here, connects to this one goes down here, connects to this one, which means that they make a cross here. Then this one is basically not accounted for at all. So I guess I would have to account for that. I mean, I could, if I took this one and just put it up here. Somewhere. Well, it wouldn't be quite like this, but like this one would go up here somewhere and be the one in the middle. This one would go up here and be the one on the left. And I guess this one would connect somehow to this, like maybe this would be here. Well, I don't know. It doesn't really work, I think. I've also been, like, I've been trying to think about if the arrows could indicate how something should be rotated, but I don't think that could make sense because this one up here has 2 arrows on it, and this one, these 2 are connected. Like this one has an arrow that is upright, and this one has an arrow that is downright. So, you know, I can't rotate just one part of it. I'm trying to envision if I can see the tail as the entire brand somehow, like disregarding the tiles-based world order. Is it possible to see just the tail as the entire brand? And then I think this middle part is pretty important. Because this one has like 3 separate lines going down, which I guess would indicate that there would be 3 lines in the mirror or in the brand, like 3 vertical lines somehow that are separated by something, like separated by blank tiles in between them. Does that make sense if we look at what the brand looks like here? Like you could have one line going down here, and then it kind of falls apart immediately because the second line would have to be going here. Because I know this one is empty. Hold on, let me bring it back. At least the relevant parts. Right, this is what I wanted. But could this one go like this, maybe? But then how does this one go? Like it can't go through this tile. It can't go through this tile because this one has to be blank. Like, is that really true? Do I really have to completely abandon the idea of the tail making up the entire brand just because of the fact that there should be 3 separate lines, but there can't be three separate lines? I mean, I guess so. I guess I should abandon that idea. Okay, so what do I know? I know that one has to be gone, this one, these three. I know that one has to be gone. And then it's the two at the bottom, including where the stairs are. Like, I also have to consider the fact that I have to be able to get to the stairs and pick them up. Okay, actually, this tile should also be gone. You know, for all the thinking and for all the labor that my brain has been doing, it hasn't really accomplished very much. I also had the idea, like, way long ago that the level layouts are gonna matter somehow, but I don't really see how that could be the case. Like, realistically, it's not unthinkable that this would be a very complicated puzzle, because if this is how you kill Aeus, then it's obviously going to be very involved. But it just feels very strange to me that the only hint that they give you is that the tail connects the brand. Like, am I really expected to figure out what an arrow means? Am I supposed to figure out the definition of an arrow in order to connect the brand via the tail? I need to figure out the definition of an arrow. I need to figure out like what a filled in tile even is. Could it really be that complicated? Thing is, I feel like I kind of have to... I think I have to abandon the idea of connecting the whole tail, because it doesn't actually make sense to me. There are too many parts that don't fit together. Especially this one, but there are other issues as well, but this is the biggest issue. I also didn't figure this out, why this one is so like abruptly cut off here. That doesn't really make sense to me either. Like, could this one connect to this one up here? Then what does this one connect to? One of these? Like, could this actually be the case? if I am to be fully honest with you, I might have to give up on this. I think this might be too difficult for me. Okay, then, well, I don't want everyone to start posting things. But, okay, MPG, if you were to give me a nudge, what would you say? Alright. I'll wait for the council to come to a conclusion. You could, LCC, but you would be violating the stream rules. What I believe to be correct? What I believe to be correct is what the mural has told me, which is the tiles that are confirmed to be filled in and which ones are confirmed to be blank, which includes these two at the bottom. I'm basically completely certain that this one is supposed to be filled in on the mural, even though I didn't fill it in here in paint.net. And I know that this one also has to be filled in because there's an egg on there. So that one I am certain about. And the other thing that I'm certain about is that these ones are supposed to be connected horizontally. These ones that I have connected horizontally. I feel confident in that. I don't feel confident in the vertical connections. Those might be completely wrong. And I think that's basically everything that I believe to be true. I don't think there is anything else. The verticals do connect. Okay, that, to be honest, doesn't really help me at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm basically at the point where I'm fine with just looking up what the brand looks like, so I don't mind if you give too much away. That's I'm not really worried about that. Like, at the point where I require a nudge anyway, I am not gonna get the full satisfaction of solving the puzzle, so it doesn't matter to me that much. The tail fully connects. $38 and $48. Yeah, okay. So this one. Okay. Well, then... Okay. I guess it could be possible that this one connects over here. I don't know about that one. Whoops. Love to accidentally slide my mouse while zooming and it zooms in to like atomic level. Okay, I do feel like that connection could work, but I don't know. I would also need to figure out where this one comes down from, though. Actually, yeah, I don't really trust this one at all. I don't really believe in this connection now that I look at it. Okay, hold on. These don't connect, right? Yeah, yeah. Like this would make sense to me. And then it's possible that this one would connect to this. Somehow. And then maybe this one can connect to this. This one would go up like this, connect to that, go down there. And then this one would just lead to the end somewhere. I don't really know where. But just in some way lead to the end. This one would, yeah, connect to this. This one goes to that. This one goes to this. This one goes up here, connects to this. And I guess it's possible that this one just goes down and then goes back up. Okay, if I'm gonna try to arrange them according to the grid, then yeah, I guess I'll do that. Not really gonna care that much about whether they are in the correct position on the grid, but just wanna have them in a grid. Okay, those actually can't connect that closely there. Would have to be like down here maybe. And yeah, if I put this here, then this one could connect over here. Possibly. They are the endpoints? Okay. Okay, in that case I do need to rethink this. Because that means if this one connects here, then probably this one goes around like this, goes up here, goes over here, probably connects over here. No, does that make sense? Well, it does make sense because this one can connect like that. But then, what about this one? No, then this one is unaccounted for. I guess it could be like this instead. Well, that doesn't really make sense, I think. Well, it could be something like this, or it could even be like this, and that is this one that goes all the way down here, and then this one connects like this over here. This does not feel quite right to me, to be honest. Went with boob character. Is that where you like this game too? This doesn't feel right to me, but it feels close to right. The thing is, this one, which is left side, like, because this one's left side, it more or less has to be over here on the left side of the grid. Cliff from Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia. Guy with a bow who can shoot at like 5 range or something. Cool game. Anyway. Actually, he's not even necessarily an archer, you can just... It's just that I made him into an archer. Sorry MPG, I'm busy talking about Cliff from Fire Emblem. Okay, well, what I was saying was, because this is a left side segment, it feels like it should be over here on the left. But like this orientation does not make sense to me. Like it could technically be like this, but then this would have to like go back around up here and then circle around like this. It's just such a weird movement. Also, now that I look at this, does this even make sense? Like, how does this loop around to still be on the right side here? Wait, does that make sense at all? Is that physically possible? Can a snake flip around? Like, the thing that I'm thinking is that if this one goes down here and goes around in a loop, then it would be left side. But when it comes back around here, it's right side again, which seems to me like this is supposed to be some sort of endpoint. The only problem is both of the endpoints are left side. So if this leads to an endpoint, it needs to flip around. And where does it flip around? Is this the only place where it flips around? Because here you have left side. And then presumably this one goes up here, goes like this, and then it becomes right side. Okay, I have a specific question, MPG. Should I be rotating my tiles? Do not rotate? Oh yeah? What's this? Okay. Anyway, thank you for answering the question. It's just very strange to me that it would be a that this is a right side and this is also a right side. because it basically means that it can't really rotate back around. Which means... well, what does that mean really? If I assume this to be correct, this one would go up like this. And then my assumption is that it goes to this one, which goes like this, and then down. And then this one comes like this and goes down. So then if one of those is supposed to lead to an endpoint, it would feel more likely to be this one. But then where the hell does this one go if this one doesn't go to an endpoint? Okay. You'll have to excuse me for a moment. I need I need to listen to a different song. I feel like there are so many left side tiles and not very many right side tiles. Now I'm thinking... so this looks like another point where there might be a rotation happening. Where something goes from left side to right side. Which would require this to be, you know... it would require it to be around here. But then... that would mean that... the left side... no, this still doesn't make sense to me. Like, presumably one of these goes to an endpoint, the other one goes to, you know, the rest of the tail. You know, draw the rest of the damn tail. yeah, I mostly just needed some variety in the music. I had been listening to that one for, you know, around 4 hours. So the thing that doesn't make sense about this to me is that presumably one of them has to connect to the rest of the dam tail, and the other one has to go to an endpoint. But regardless of which one does which, they both have to flip around, I think. Because the one that leads to the endpoint has to be left side, which means that it has to go from right to left. And the one that connects to the rest of the tail also has to become left side, because the rest of the damn tail is left side. You know what, Hope? I think I agree. Okay, but then, like, I was kind of assuming that this one goes like this, like a little squiggly. But could that not be the case then? Like, maybe both of these connect to different ones, because then I get another flip here. But in that case I need a third left side one that goes up towards this one. Which, I mean, I guess it could be this one. This one goes here. This one goes here. And where does this one go? No, there's something that doesn't make sense to me here. I think this is just like a deeply fucked up situation. I don't understand how this could possibly resolve. How do you have two right side tails? Like, it can't, realistically it can't be, like, they can't connect with each other, because a tail that is left side has an upward direction, a tail that is right side has a downward direction. No, actually that assumption can't be correct. If the disappearing tails are both endpoints, then one of the disappearing tails, both of which are left side, one of them must have a downward direction. Which means that the direction of the tail has to flip at some point. How could that possibly be the case? Like, if you think about a real world snake, you could just imagine that it like twists a little bit. Like, if you imagine that you view it from directly above, this is way harder to explain than I thought it was gonna be. But basically the right side of a snake can both have an upward and a downward direction because it can twist in a three-dimensional space. You understand what I mean, right? But this game, well, I guess it kind of does have an indication, or there is a suggestion of a third dimension existing. Oh, the gif of the snake drinking Sprite is really good. Can you add GIFs on as an image, or do you need to add it as a media source? Hold on, let me see. Okay, that works. Okay, what was I talking about? Okay, let me see if I can draw this. This will be a test of my drawing skills. That's right. I'm going to draw a three-dimensional picture right now. And you will understand what I mean by the suggestion of the third dimension. So, okay, this is not the correct color to have for this. Okay, so you can imagine that this one would connect like this, right? But the problem is that the right side, or the upper side of the snake is on the right side on both of these, which means that if it turns around in the same way as it does, like, okay, well, I can't really move this now because it's gonna mess up the drawing, but you know, like, if it flips like here, for example, if it goes like this, you can see that here, this one has an upward direction, nice arrow, upward direction. Here, this one has a downward direction. Furthermore, if we say that this one has a downward direction, then this one must have an upward direction. right? But the thing is, if this one goes around like this, if I just follow the side here, the right side, so this is the upper part of the snake. But then when it comes around here, it's the lower part of the snake. Which means that at some point, like if we trace the upper part of the snake, let me change my color here just so you see what I mean. So if I'm tracing the upper part of the snake here is on the right, and then at some point it has to be basically facing straight up, and then it flips around and is facing to the right. Or yeah. Something like that, basically. And this is the suggestion of the third dimension, right? Because you kind of have to imagine it as something that is happening in a three-dimensional space. Because like when you view it in 2 dimensions, which is, you know, the way that the game is viewed, it feels like a natural assumption that you know, either the tail is facing left or the tail is facing right. But if you consider the tail to actually be a three-dimensional object, then you can imagine that it will be able to flip around like this. Okay, now that I've explained myself, I actually don't think that makes any sense. I think if that is actually how it's designed, then I think that is very strange, because I don't like, because if you can assume that the snake can twist around in any way that it wants, then that means I can't realistically make any assumption about how the snake is twisting around up here either. Like, it could do anything. It could do anything at any point. So, but I don't really see any other way that it could work, because there's too much right side on the snake. And I don't see how it could possibly, like, I don't, like, regardless of if this one connects to this one, or if one of these leads to an endpoint, regardless of which one it is, it has to flip around. Because if it wants to go to an endpoint, it has to go to one of these, which are both left side. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this again. If this one goes up like this, and then it goes like this, No, okay, I think that thought doesn't lead anywhere. Okay, so I can definitely say for certain that in terms of vertical tail segments, I know that there are these three, right? I know that there are these three. And I'm still trying to think if there is a way to do it without the three-dimensional twist. Because the thing is, if you don't take the third dimension into account, then the assumption that a left side tail has an upward direction and the right side tail has a downward direction would hold true. The problem here is that because I only know that there are three segments of tail, and so there can't possibly be one that has an upward direction and two that have a downward direction. No, okay, but okay. I realized once again that because I know that both of these are supposed to be the terminus of the tail, I have to drop the assumption that a left side tail is has an upward direction. The direction of the tail necessarily must flip at some point. At some point, up becomes down. Okay, but then I'm back to the other dilemma that I was talking about, which is that if the direction of the tail has to flip at some point, then that could happen at any point. Like, okay, if I trace this now, if I say that this one goes like this, it goes up here, it goes here, and it goes like this via this one, and this one connects to this, which goes over here and goes up here, which goes to this one, and continues like this, goes down here, and then it twists around again and goes down to this one. It technically works, but it doesn't feel right at all. Okay. Second idea, if I imagine that these ones connect to each other, maybe via this thing, goes back up here like this. Hold on. So we start here, go here, this one goes up here like that, this one goes via this, connects up here, zoom, this one connects down here, and then connects down to this. That also works. And that one only requires one twist. So I feel like it still doesn't really make sense. Because it kind of feels like I'm just doing whatever. It feels like I'm not solving the puzzle if I can just say that the tail can flip around at any point. MPG, would you agree with the notion that at some point the tail must change direction so that a left side tail no longer has an upward direction but instead moves downward? Okay, so my assertion is the following, that if a disappearing tail is an endpoint on the tail, then that means that basically when you are following, if you follow the tail around the entire way, then at the beginning here a left side tail will be moving upwards, and then at some point around here it will flip around, so then here it's a right side tail and it is moving downwards. But because the other one also has to be an endpoint, at some point you must be moving downward on the left side tail, because that's how it ends. And that means that at some point the snake must flip around. I'm not sure I made it any easier to understand, to be honest, but I kind of feel like I've... You think I'm overthinking this? I think that if I am overthinking this, then I might as well just look up the solution to the puzzle right now, because there is something that is not right for me. You never thought about the scales having to do that? Okay, in that case I'm going to look up the answer. Or maybe could I ask one of you to just I am insanely close. Okay, but there is, from me there is I have a fundamental misunderstanding of this puzzle. Because for me, this puzzle is already solved if I can have if the assertion that the snake can flip around so that up becomes down is true, then I've already solved the puzzle. You DM'd it? Okay, I'll check it. Okay, exactly. So it has to do the flip around. Alright, thank you. Where do I have it? Okay, here it is. I already have the correct layer. So it should be up here. So basically, what I was saying when it was down here was that the... No, okay, the flip would happen here anyway. So it doesn't really matter. The only difference is if it would go via this thing or not. Hold on, wait, I have to look at this again. Okay, and then this one, hold on. This one just goes like this, I guess. This one just curves around like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about whether or not I solved the puzzle at this point. Pair the arrows. Yeah, I was wondering if that was what they were supposed to be for, that they are paired together. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so these ones are paired together. And I had this one. Okay, that doesn't really make sense to me, but nevertheless. Yeah, I would agree. I I didn't particularly like this puzzle. I'm not sure if there's any like singular thing that fucks it for me. I think it's that you have to assume too much. And then even if you know that the whole thing is supposed to be connected, you still have to accept that the snake flips around in a three-dimensional space. And to be honest, if this flip around didn't exist, then I think it would have been a lot more straightforward for me to understand that it was supposed to be one like contingent thing. Because this like kind of fucked up my assumption of the whole puzzle, I think. Anyway. Okay, so I still don't really know what this means. Did I actually put this together correctly? No, I guess this one should have been, or this one at the bottom should have been one step to the right. Whoops. Whoops. Wrong layer. Wait, is that really right? I guess it is, yeah. At least on the screenshot that MPG sent me. This does not look right to me. Wait. I have to move this a bit further to the left, or I'm going to die in real life, I think. Yeah, that looks really weird to me. Well, anyway. So is this... Hold on, let me see how this... If I remove the layers... Yeah, okay, so the tails that I've added only overlap with the tiles that are not filled in. Which means I literally did almost this exact thing a long time ago. Like, I think the first time I tried to solve the puzzle, when I was doing the Lilith playthrough, I had a setup that looked almost exactly like this. Because I remember that I set them up in a way where they only overlap with the empty tiles. Okay, well... Anyway. So my guess would be that a tail tile is not filled in. A tail tile is blank, and the rest of them are filled in. So I'm gonna note that in my notebook so I have it more easily accessible. Okay. I'll keep the snake on screen until I get back to the room. This fucking bastard, interrupting the music every time. Yeah, countdown, I don't doubt that. That's why I changed my mind to telling somebody to give it to me instead of looking it up myself. No, Nox, I did hear it the second time I ran into him. Oh, I want to speak to this egg. Only Ad and 2 of their followers. Does that mean that the masked person is Ad? But that's weird because Sif said that Ad was dead. don't need to do that. Oops. I guess I could have just taken the warp now that I think about it. Because it takes you right to the brand room. It's true, I am locust maxing. Okay, let's see. So I guess I'll draw this on screen. The X's here mean that the tile should be filled. Yeah, exactly. I'm just drawing on the monitor. No, it's an OBS plugin. I will link it to you. Shit, MPG linked it first. Okay. Snake bastard. Push the Lorn Idol guarding their weakness 23 times. "23 times, remain still and wait. The first seal will be severed." I'm not sure what the first seal means exactly, if that's the one on the gold 4 or what. Maybe. I will be gathering locusts, but I will be skipping this one so I don't interrupt the music. Shit! Oh, good thing I got that locust. Shit. I will not be cutting the 3. I'm a fraud. Alright, well, let's count to 23. Oh, I see. Whoa! Okay, then I guess I have to go back to 0, 0, 0. Which means it would have been convenient to not have all of these locusts. I should use the shortcut. Alright, it's time to die 19 times. No, hold on. Oh, I see. Okay, well, that seems cool. I think I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Because I think I have to get all the way to the end of the game. And actually I might have to figure out another brand too. We'll see about that. I think I wanna engrave Seif's brand again, I think, and see if I can get rid of that statue, because there was a statue that was the same thing as the one in Tails' room that I had to knock 23 times. Maybe I can do the same in Seif's room. Kind of want to try that. Okay, thanks for watching. I think I will be back tomorrow. See ya.